Hello, hello, hello. Hey guys. I you guys might have seen Discord that I typed up a message, was like, hey, I'm gonna be starting a bit late. And then apparently I never hit send. So sorry about that. Hi. Good news is we shouldn't be starting late tomorrow. So why don't we just hop on in pretty quickly? Let me swish my desk a little bit, as I oft have to do. Move my mic a wee bit, and let's go say hi to Tori. Hi, Tori. Oh, anyway. Yeah, we're just gonna hop into gaming. Again, sorry about the late start. But we're here now. Moving two things around, switch my keyboard a little. Hey, Glurpy, how goes? Gosh, I feel so bad. I was just saying that I typed a message in the Discord to let people know that I was gonna be starting a bit late, and then apparently never hit enter. I've done that via text before, but never via Discord. Then again, that's probably because I don't use Discord very often, so law of large numbers and all that. Oh, it was so unfortunate too because I literally opened up Discord like, okay, now I'll let everyone know that I'm about to be starting. And then I saw that the message was still in the text box, so what if I click play at the same time as you? You queuing up for some killer games right now? There, I'm just moving a couple things over real quick. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna stop listening to my own voice, and if you don't know what I mean, it's because if I unmuted the computer, you would hear an echo, 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 except it's not really an echo, it's just two versions of me on top of each other. Anyway, we're back. Hello. Um, anyway, guys, again, very sorry about the late start with lack of warning. I typed a warning in Discord and then didn't hit enter. Actually, I did hit enter, but it just didn't send before I closed my computer, so whoops. But we're here now. Hey, Wesky, hey, Hermes. You guys can hop on in if you'd like. Let me jot down Q. Today is the 12th. Oh, good news for anyone who, was here yesterday. This is not involving y'all, by the way. This is purely a me thing. If you were here yesterday and heard me complaining about my doctor's office once again, not what's what I'm looking for? Not filling my prescription. Good news is they actually filled it today after I called them again yesterday. I was like, hey guys, called this in Saturday. Definitely more than 3 business days. Please send it in ASAP. I've only got one left. Pretty please, princess. So, that's nice. So I'll be picking that up tomorrow. And if anybody else wants to hop in, let me know. Oh my god, Hermes. Let's see, are you technically still, hey, there you are, hello. New boop game might be a minute. Oh, good. God, Glurpy, the worst part is, the Pretty Please Princess is something, like, it's one of those... God, I always feel like, what's the word I'm looking for? Imposter syndrome whenever I use the word, like, verbal stim or something, but, like, from the ADD perspective, it definitely is. It's one of those things that's just, like, so pleasant to say. Like, I just have those things that I've always described as, I don't know, sometimes I just like saying these things because it's enjoyable to say. It just, and then I learned, oh, there's actually a reason for that. Makes sense, makes sense. Same reason that I tend to go like that when I'm taking, pills, because the sensation is icky. But anyway, point is, a couple streamers I watch, one person in their group keep in mind, this is primarily, like, men in their, 20s and 30s. One person in the group started saying, "Pretty, pretty, please, princess." And then it's like it infected the group. Slowly, more and more of them started saying it. And then I was like, oh no, I've started saying it now. There's just something enjoyable about saying it, you know? Pretty, pretty, please, princess. One that I don't say but cracks me up to hear is, Discord Daddy's gotta do his Discord mod work. I hate that. I say that one for special occasions. It's the worst sentence ever, but I love it. As long as the person does it, they're clapping their feet. Oh god. Well, I try head on, good luck, Hermes. Man in your 20s. Gotta have your chicken tendies in your 20s. That sentence made your hurt. But try saying it. It's so amazing. But yeah, that and I don't remember where I was going with this. And hello for those who don't know. Those who don't know. Mermaid Point is the one, the only Mama Marcus. Yeah, Glurpy, if you wanted to run some, absolutely. If that's what you're asking, unless you're just saying other stuff and I'm misunderstanding, which is also possible. But I will say, I'm not confident, so I think I'm gonna do this. Let me know if you, well, okay, you know what, guys, okay, hold on. I've gotten, okay. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, hold on. Wait. Guys, the anxiety. Hold on. I also don't think I was breathing for a couple seconds because I'm all of a sudden quite lightheaded. I think that my joke was dumb. Hold on. Mao, I'm muted. Okay, here's the plan. Glurpy, we're gonna get you in. Hermes, Wesky, pick a number 1 to 10. In 2 games, Grape, I'm gonna have you hop in. And if anybody else wants to join queue, let me know. Sorry, guys, Mama Marcus came in to ask me a question, and then I ended up muting. Are you sure, Hermes? I will say, you could, chances are Wesky was gonna win the guess, I'm gonna be honest, because I won't tell you in which direction, but he was exactly 1 number off, so unless you guessed the exact number or the number on the other side of the number, Wesky was probably gonna win that guess anyway, so. But yeah, so we just do we do a round robin style around here. We usually do 2 games and then swap whoever's been in longest out for someone else, etc. Rinse, repeat. And we keep going, so most people get to stay in for a good bit. Okay, so if you were gonna say 4, then yeah, Wesky would have won anyway. It was a 7. Anyway, Beatles, enjoy dinner at your Nona's. I will see you around. Okay, and we're gonna ready up then. Okay. Oh, but my day's been going good, actually. Again, guys, I am so sorry that, for those who missed it, I had a message to post in Discord letting you guys know that I was going to be starting late. Apparently, it never sent, because then when I opened up my computer, it was sitting there in the text box. So that was exciting. So again, I am very sorry about that and for the lack of heads up, but here we are. We will be doing some gaming. Tomorrow we're still on course to start for 1 p.m. Eastern. And as usual, we'll be starting with some Dead by Daylight for a few hours, taking an hour to chill, eat some food. I might show you guys some of Heathers the Musical. And then at 6 p.m. Eastern, we will be continuing Danganronpa. Danganronpa, doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, but my day has been good, and I hope yours was as well, Billa Lord. Actually, funny enough, one of the reasons we wound up starting late was Mama Marcus and I had a nice dinner together after we watched a movie. Not like going out and watching a movie, but don't worry, I won't spoil it. But we watched the newest Knives Out movie, Wake Up Dead Man, which was an absolute blast. I think it is my favorite one so far, honestly. I think a lot of people are still gonna prefer Knives Out, but okay. I liked Knives Out. I've grown to like Knives Out more ever since I first watched it. I appreciate it a lot more upon rewatch and that sort of thing. I did not love Knives Out the first time I watched it, because I very quickly and early identified the killer. But it was so obvious to me, I thought it was a red herring. So then when it turned out that actually was just the killer, I was like, oh. Well, that's not very exciting. So, like I said, I've since upon rewatch and taking aside my own watching experience, have been able to appreciate it a lot more. Whereas Glass Onion, I know a lot of people didn't love nearly as much, but I adored Glass Onion because I loved the cast, I loved the characters, I thought it was perfectly absurd, and I didn't guess the twist that time. Anyway, not going to your grandparents for early Christmas now? Your grandma isn't feeling well at all? Oh, Army, is that, that's rough to hear, and I hope that everything works out. Yes, a speedy recovery indeed. Much love to you. And your day went from pretty good to great. Life still hit lit. Is it soccer, excuse me, football related or other related? But yeah, so Knives Out. I'm going to talk about Knives Out for a bit. Not the original movie. I'm going to say spoiler free for all 3 movies, just so you guys know, so don't worry about that. But yes, like I said, first movie. Identified the killer. Was very disappointed when that was the killer, because I was like, well, no shit. Actually, for anyone who's seen the first Knives Out, there's a particular scene where the main character has a conversation with the grandmother, and the grandmother's like, oh, so-and-so, you're back. And you're just supposed to go, oh, tee-hee, older lady who clearly has some, like, type of dementia is confused. But I immediately picked up on that for what it was. I was like, oh, well, that's an obvious red herring that we're supposed to suspect this individual. And then surprise it just was that individual. I'm like, oh, well, that's okay. Now, this movie, though, first of all, one thing that was very interesting about it to me is the fact that, for those who don't know, narrative structure in films, typically, when it comes to a script, every page in a script is about a minute of screen time, okay? Usually, the plot really starts to kick into gear, / the inciting incident, as one might say, occurs about 10 pages or 10 minutes into a typical script, okay? That's just how movie scripts tend to function. Obviously, there's some variety there, but it's pretty consistent. You read a script, page 10 is usually when things starts to kick into gear. point is, we were about 30 minutes into this most recent film before things really kicked into gear. And that, in and of itself, I think, is kind of interesting and worth taking note of. Because it's atypical of films. And honestly, even if you watch both of the prior Knives Out films, you'll find that they probably, I'm not confident, but they probably follow that same typical setup. Anyway, oppression pain res. One second. Oh my god. Oh, I ran into it. Oopsies. I'm dead. That looks weird. Wiggle, wiggle. Oh, kind of high ping as a heads up, guys. 1 second. Your team is playing today, tomorrow? Oh, well, good luck. Yesterday I made a mistake about the watch streak. Can still increase it. Okay, good to know, Billa Lord. Thank you. No, it is all good. It is all good. One second. Oh, I did was all the rest was history. Oh, also, Thanatophobia. That's 3 of his 4 perks. So, Oppression, Pain Res, Thanatophobia, Unknown 4th perk. Oh my god, there's a hook right here. That sucks. Thank you. Whew, okay. My Kokoro is going doki doki. Oh. Someone really needs, yeah, we need a gen's being worked, or a gen at least, because no one, everyone's... Ah, thank you. I'll take it. Phew. I'm actually shocked he didn't immediately come back over there. Oh! No, fourth perk, you know you're not wrong. That was not intended. Oh, and hello, fine sofa. How goes? I hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous Friday. Welcome in. Ah, thank you. It was stressful. Also, I now see why the last gen stopped getting worked. I understand now. Because I was hooked next to it. Haha. Anyway, and before know it. Oh, right, I literally forgot that was in play, Lamau. Yoink. You know, I'm actually gonna hang out right here in case he teleports to that guy. Oh, you got eye framed. Oh, GG's. Great team. I tell you, this is a good team. Seriously, guys, great job. GG's. Oh, stressful. Oh, last perk was brutal. I need a second, my, Huh, GG's.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Nice. Got some head-on value. God, I've been saying this. I feel like... I don't know when, but I feel like relatively recently, I just unlocked my looping brain against the unknown. And honestly, I'm happy about that. Oh, GG's indeed, Pillow Lord. Huh. Would have been dead not for that. I'm also wondering if maybe he forgot, like, realized too late that you weren't actually Deathhook. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, I'm wondering if he had it in his head that you were Deathhook, but, didn't notice the, whatever it's called, Hoojamajig. You know what I'm talking about, that thing. Shoulder the bird, and I'm wondering if it was, like, a delayed reaction on his part. No, Hermes, you got shoulder the burdened. Glurpy got you. After your second hook, I believe, right? Yeah, you only had one hook stage. love the delayed reaction. That's really funny, actually. Oh. But anyway, what was I talking about with the new Knives Out movie? I forget. I don't know. It was fun though. It was fun. I was totally I didn't watch any trailers. I didn't know who the cast was. Then again, I also didn't know who the cast was through most of the movie. Literally, when the end credits showed up, I'm like, wait, that was Josh Brolin? And Mama Marcus was like, yeah, he has a very distinct voice. I was like, look, if you add facial hair to someone, I will never know who they are. There's that one actor, what's his face? The guy who's, one of his big roles recently was in Breaking Bad. He plays Gus in Breaking Bad. Anyway, him. He's an actor who I've seen in so much, and every time I see him in the credits, I'm like, wait, that was him? I swear I have minor face blindness. And I'm not even being dramatic. For the longest time, I would have been unable to tell you the difference between Brad Pitt and Matt Damon. And also, like, any of the, God, George Clooney, I think, like, George Clooney and Tom Cruise, I would often confuse mainly in name. Eventually, I, like, saw them in movies, and I was like, oh, that's the difference, but their names, for whatever reason, I couldn't, like, yeah, him. But yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Anyway, him. Every time it's so funny, because I'm a big reaction channel watcher. And what's happened repeatedly is I'll be watching somebody react to something and they'll be like, oh, it's insert his name. And I'm like, what? Like, I can't list everything it's happened for, but I can tell you what it's most recently happened in. And it was the Maze Runner trilogy. I was watching people watch the Maze Runner I think about half a year ago or so. And they point out who it was. And I was like, what? That's him? What? Like, looking at the picture, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess I see it, but God, I just, I am not great at, not great at distinguishing. In the same breath, I spent most of the movie oh my God, actually, here's a funny thing. I want us to rewind for a second to when we were playing Detroit Become Human. That entire game, I was thinking to myself, damn, Marcus looks really familiar. But I don't actually think I know this actor. And I guess convinced myself it was because I'd seen a good bit of the game, like the first hour of gameplay footage when the game first came out. I was then recently watching someone watch Cabin in the Woods, and I did such a double take because I was like, holy shit, that's the guy from Detroit Become Human. That's where I recognized him from. It was buried deep in my memory, like the recesses of my memories of Cabin in the Woods. And I looked it up and it was him, and I just felt very justified. Or not justified, but I was just happy. And then you were like, hey, I'm Marcus. Dude, Glurpy, unironically, literally that entire game, I was like, look, Connor's my favorite of the three, but I feel like I'm contractually obligated to say that Marcus is my favorite because hashtag same name. Oh, it's a ghost. Oh my God. Okay, well that was an instant reveal if I've ever seen one. Sorry guys, I threw a pallet. Oh, what the fuck is your ping, dude? Hello? Oh God, he has hell ping. Oh no, or I also have hell ping. It's just a hell server. Ugh. Plaything Franklin's, Weave Attunement. Not a, very pleasant match. You should probably just get me, honestly, because can't he see you right now? Because my medkit's right next to you, basically. I wonder if you can use this to learn, like, hack shit, hitboxes in terms of, what can be shot through and what can't. And I'm just gonna get on, like, Jen, because this is... oof. If I had to guess her, Hermes, it's probably, the server we're on. I don't know. I actually don't know where you're located. I'm guessing that whatever server we're on is closer to you than it is to me. Slash anyone else. So that's probably why. Because you've got ping from, being on the Switch, but if the server is closer to where you are, then... because, yeah. Like, this might be a more central... Actually, let's see. What's Wesky's ping? Wesky's is similar to mine, so it's probably, like, South Central. If I had to guess, or something like that. Maybe even South America. Do I have to go for save? I didn't really think this one through, huh? Oh yeah, no Glurpy. This is gonna be an uphill battle, that's for sure. Hey, at least Franklin's no longer gets rid of your item, right? Which is a decision. I still think that is one of the craziest nerfs in this game at this point. Crazy and unnecessary. Wesky, do you have save? Okay, you do. I can hear him in main, I think. I just heard his cloak. Never mind, I don't. What did I hear then? Is that like a wind effect from this game? From this game mode? Hello? Fascinating. I was gonna medkit. Actually, yeah, it's that wind. It's whatever that wind effect is. Is that me with the snow? I think that's me with the snow. I'm just gonna... oh. Oh, wow, there's some... oops. Yeah, I don't know how. I was exposed before I knew that man existed. I guess I don't even want to do this. Guys, do we want to just go next with this ping? I'm gonna be real. I don't want to. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I can't. I guess like that like, ugh, yeah. No, I'm just. This is. Ugh. Yeah. No, this is just. You know. Could we have played it? Maybe. Yeah. Do we want to? No, not particularly. This is. I don't know. This is, yeah, no. Wait, Gigi's go next. No, don't, Wesky, don't. Why? Okay. Actually, this is so funny. Us both just doing this in the weave. Why can't I aim for shit? Frosty. Actually, this will be a great time to discover if you can get stalked through a snowman, because I'm still not sure the answer to this one. Could you stalk me through this? I genuinely don't know the answer. Thank you, Mr. Ghosty. I'm sorry. I know. I feel bad because this guy brought a cake too. But, like, I don't think he wants to be in this match either. Yeah. Yeah, no, Glorpy, exactly. It's like, it's not his fault, but like, if anything, I feel bad that he's wasting one of his cakes. He'll get good value, at least, from getting the 4K. Okay, but so you, official confirmation that you cannot, stalk through, snowman. Got it. God, imagine Hatch spawned underneath, Nancy Pot. That would be very funny. I see someone else who likes BMing bots. Honestly, this is actually funny. I love BMing bots. Not like WSing, but I do get a kick out of people who BM bots, because I also like BMing bots. Just playing out in case this guy happens to be PC/Epic Games. Actually, I don't think they can be Epic Games. I don't think TVD was on... Was TVD on Epic Games when the 5th anniversary was around? I don't recall. This is 5th, right? Oh, no, this is the 8th. I thought that was the 5th anniversary for some reason. My bad. Surge, I see. Anyway, here, that one doesn't count for your, for the second match, Hermes, because that was not a real match. That was a hell ping, so... Oh, you're... Here, you may have actually gotten kicked, honestly. Here, let me do that. Anyway, where were we? Makes you want to play killer, but can't because every match is on Fun Sweatfest. That leads to you being insulted for playing the game. God. You know... I get what you mean in the sense that, like, when I have a normal match, I don't know, so for I forget, how much were you you here yesterday when I was trying to play killer? I felt so, like, bad because I was being the epitome of me playing killer, which is just not going for kills and screwing around with survivors because it's the event. I know this event seems absolutely miserable if you listen to everybody on Reddit, or for that matter, if you play much Survivor / listen to Survivors in post-game. For example, at least one of the groups of Survivors I wound up screwing around with were like, every killer has been a nightmare today. And there's something about this event in particular that seems to be bringing out a lot of extra sweat, which is weird. Because this... originally I was prepared to be really disappointed by this event, but I think it's actually one of their better events this year. And I'm surprised that it's bringing out the worst in people. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. It's weird that this is the event that people are apparently being annoying during. I just don't get it. Just like I just tell them you were going for a shot. Shots. Get yourself. I want to be comp and actual comp players because of your MMR. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was just like I don't know. And ugh. I don't know. Then again, I'm the sort of person who doesn't understand people who get pissy enough about this game to actually type the message and click send most of the time. Don't get me wrong. You guys have seen, every now and then, I'll be frustrated enough to type the message, but then I read it back and go, do I really need to send this? And 99% of the time, the answer is no. Just delete it. And actually, believe it or not, you actually tend to have the same, like, emotional relief, I'm gonna call it, whether you actually say that sort of stressor or not. Like, whether you just think it or say it. It's actually, fun fact, one of the reasons why New Year's resolutions tend to fail. And it's because in saying what your New Year's resolution is, a lot of the time, that is enough for you to feel a sense of accomplishment as though you literally did that New Year's resolution. And it's one of the reasons that people actually recommend not telling people your New Year's resolutions. The more you know. The brain is weird. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'm interest to P100 at 64 now. I have no drive to play killer, because every time you do get annoyed and shit talked. God, Yeah, you know what? It's kind of funny, Sofa, that you mentioned that, because I was thinking earlier today about how, to me, I'm gonna use the word toxic very liberally, okay? I'm gonna use it in the sense of, I'm using it for shorthand for unpleasant playstyle to go against or feels bad man playstyle, okay? I'm not saying that these playstyles are by definition toxic, but I am just going to use that as an easy shorthand for unpleasant to go against or feels bad man, okay? And I'm including things like hardcore slugging and tunneling, hardcore camping, as well as intentional hardcore gen rushing, bagging after pallets, clicky, that sort of stuff, okay? I'm trying to do boil over stuff. I'm including all of that. Basically everything other than post-game nonsense. Because, for those who haven't been here for super long, to me, anything that's done within the realms of the game usually can't be considered toxic. The closest you can get to being toxic is engaging in what I call dickish or loser-like behavior, which is things like WSing, bagging. I think that those are douchey / loser-like. I don't think doing them makes you a loser, because my mentality is everybody engages in loser-like behavior sometimes, without it necessarily making them a loser. So that's why I like to use that phrase, because it is loser-like behavior. But again, right there, I'm not talking about the play styles. I'm talking about things like that are intentionally done to poke the other player. Like I said, bagging at pallets, or WSing on the ground, hitting on hook, that sort of stuff, okay? So that I am all including in my toxicness, but I'm not including post-game trash talk, which is usually what I consider to actually be toxic. Point is, as someone who has mained both Killer and Survivor, to me, Killer's playing in sweaty / feels bad man / toxic ways is more frustrating and annoying in the sense that it impacts the game more to me. Like, when you are slugged on the ground getting WS'd, you have no agency. There's nothing you can do. You are just stuck there. End of story. If the killer chooses to hardcore tunnel you, you're basically stuck relying on your team to try to help if you don't have loops available, or if they're doing everything they can to just ignore your team as much as possible. You have to rely on your team to play well. However, as killer, I would get more consistently frustrated by the douchey, toxic play styles of survivors. Because number one, you go against 4 survivors for every 1 killer you go against. It's just a law of large numbers. You're more likely to get an annoying, toxic piece of garbage survivor player than you are an annoying, toxic piece of garbage killer. Just numbers. 2, you can't go against a kill with friends, but you can go against a survive with friends. And 2 to 4 people trying to make you have a bad time are usually gonna have an easier time of it and be able to, like, needle at you more easily than 1 person trying to make you have a bad time. And I guess the best comparison that I can get to that is at one point when I was playing 2v8 Survivor, there was that duo, I think it was a Slinger Wraith duo, I think, that like hardcore tunnel. And now keep in mind, I'm one of the people who generally says that most cases of tunneling 2v8 is accidental. This was like an intentional attempt to tunnel out, which I only know because then after the match they actually came into chat to talk shit. And it actually made me, I had a delayed reaction of, oh my god, you guys are actually trying to be assholes, you're not just screwing around. Because I truly, for a while, thought they were just, being silly little guys.
You're merely postponing the inevitable.
Point is, that to me felt most similar to how it can feel to go against a Swift, who is trying to make you have a bad time. I knew I wasn't gonna make it to see a coup. That might just been a normal lunge, honestly. Oh, he knew! He's a knower, he's a knower. Ooh, nice. I assume dead hard. One second, guys. 1 second. I am hashtag dead streamering. I just realized I have not been paying attention to the other gen that popped. Oh, Lamau. I just did a very big loop and I am sorry. Anyway, where was I? I'm back. Hello. Also, hello, Amber. How goes? I hope you're doing well. I don't care if I lose anymore, but I don't have person. Yeah, you know what? That's, first of all, Glurpy, that is exactly what the perspective that I've managed to create in my brain, which is, if someone is playing in a style that I consider sweaty, they just want to win more than I do, and that's fine. Like, doesn't always feel great to go against, not always, but like overall, it's kind of a big whatever. Similarly, my mentality is when getting tunneled out when solo queuing is I get to GG's go next quicker than anybody else, and that's a great perspective to have. Is hardcore gen rushing toxic? So Amber, that's kind of what I mean, is that I don't think hardcore tunneling, hardcore sweating, or hardcore sweating, geez. I guess hardcore sweating, yeah. I don't think hardcore tunneling, hardcore slugging, hardcore gen rushing. I don't think any of that is toxic. The only thing I would consider toxic is stuff that happens out of game that is done as a way of making the other player have a bad, like, feel bad. If you are doing something with the purpose of making someone feel bad, that's toxic. But actions in-game in and of themselves are not toxic. They can be loser-like if they are done as a way to annoy the other person, but I don't necessarily think that's toxic. It's just whatever. It's annoying, it's frustrating, it feels bad, but it's not toxic. Trash-talking someone out of game is toxic. Trying to make someone feel bad by, like, excessively bagging or that sort of thing, you can make the argument as toxic, but I generally, just for my own definition, to be consistent, I would say not usually as a rule of thumb. It can be douchey. I wouldn't generally consider it toxic. Similarly, the hardcore gen rushing, don't think it's toxic. Is it, like, feels bad, man, a lot of the time? Yeah. Like, if you have 4 people... Now, at the same time, I'm actually gonna talk about gen rushing in a second because I have opinions on it. Also, Hermes, welcome back. And Battle Royale, how goes? Hope you're having a good one. I'm gonna ask if this man wants to kill me. Mr. Whiskers, would you like the kill? Would you like the kill? Okay, I think he just wants us to go. See, the best thing in that situation, if he wants the points, I'll give them to him. If he just wants us to leave, I will just leave. Also, but Spider Royale, hello, I hope you're doing well, and you're on a 15 stream streak. Welcome back. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope you are having a good day, and I hope you're doing well. How goes? I am having a good day. I watched the, new Knives Out movie today, actually. Really quick. Oh, and yeah, Sofa, when I think a survivor is being, like, douchey, I'll usually call them out at endgame. Like, if they're bagging at endgame, in the gate, I'll usually try to say something, unless, like, I know there's no point, but, God, there was one time where I said it to somebody, and they were like, you're, like, 40, shut up. And I'm like, it was one of those moments. Also, Grape, if you are ready to hop in, let me hear chunk chat now. Guys, I'm reading in order, so I might take me a second to address something. Depending on what am I actually doing something. God, yeah, Sofa, sometimes people really show how little they know about this game. Oh, that's, it's funny in its own way. Also, if anyone wants to join queue, let me know. What? Glurpy, did you have to hop out? Gonna make some... Oh, well, enjoy your dinner, Glurpy. GG's. If you want to hop back in, let me know. And you gotta go for a bit as well. Gotta do something for your dad. We'll see you later, Hermes. If anybody else wants to jump in, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna ready up in about 10 seconds. Let me catch up on chat, though. And yeah, I agree. People taking... Here's the thing. If it's all in-game, if people are being, like, douchey to each other in-game, like, let's say Survivor 1 bags the killer, so the killer WS's them after they go down. That's, to me, that's not even loser-like, because that's just, like, people engaging and back and forth. Like, if, for example, yesterday when I was getting bagged by Bill when he was using Boil Over, I gave him a couple crouches back as Pig, because I could, you know? Like, that to me is, like, in-game... It's basically finding that same level of back and forth. But then sometimes you think that's what's happening, and then someone just has a hissy fit in post-game. It's like, oh, you were actually trying to be a dickhead. Oh, you were actually upset. ooh, I misread that situation. It's just like, it just sours everything retroactively. So I get what you mean. I hate that. And it's unfortunate. Oh yeah, I had that was a nasty map that time. Just had good duo session with your friend, had some fun on Survivor. Haven't had an event. Well, that's good, Splatter Royale. Were you guys doing the event or normal game? Okay, so I will say now, Amber, I want to talk about gen rushing. This is possibly a hot take, and that's fine. I don't think it's possible to gen rush with anything fewer than a 3 to 4 man Swift. In the same way that I don't think most cases of people complaining about tunneling are capital T tunneling. They're lowercase t tunneling. Just like how you can do lowercase g gen rushing. Like, to me, I've mentioned this before, my War Crimes build. This is my War Crimes build. Some people would say that bringing this is, if I brought this, I would be gen rushing. My argument is a solo player can't gen rush. To me, definition of capital GR gen rushing is 4 players with builds solely, like 3 to 4 players with builds centered on doing generators. And that's it. And they don't care if they die. It's like, I believe it was Hens with one of his groups wanted to see what their fastest match could be. And I think that they brought like 4 no mithers, with like all slippery meat, so nobody had to go for unhooks. It was an interesting build, and I think they were able to get gens done in like 2 minutes and lead. And they didn't care about getting many people out. They just wanted to get one person out as fast as possible. That was their goal. That's a gen rush. It's an extreme version of a gen rush, but that's a gen rush. I think people use the phrase gen rushing way too liberally in the same way that people use tunneling and camping and slugging intentional slugging way too liberally. And until killer players start reining in the definition of gen rushing in the same way that killers and survivors have started reining in the definition of tunneling, I don't think most people can have a real conversation about gen rushing. Even 2 players I can see, but to me, Wesky, I don't think you can, because what happens if one of them gets chased? You know what I mean? Like, to me, 2 players cannot gen rush in this game, because I don't know, like, if you bring if you're a 4-man and 2 players have gen rush builds and 2 players have chase builds, then I think you can argue that's gen rushing. But you still need 3 to 4 players to do that. I'm not saying all 4 players need the gens builds, and if I did say that, then I misspoke. But what I am saying is you need 3 to 4 people intentionally doing generators as quickly as possible without regard for survivors, basically, for the survivor in chase or on hook. In the same way that in order to do a true tunnel, like capital T tunnel, you have to focus on one survivor with little to no regard for any other survivors in the match. Because let's say this Blight hooks player number 1. Like, let's say Wesky gets hooked, and then he leaves the hook and chases me for a bit. And then Wesky gets unhooked, and he drops chase with me to immediately go back to Wesky and continue focusing him down. But then Fung is able to take a hit, so he then changes targets to Fung. To me, that's not tunneling anymore. That is not capital T tunneling. Was it a possible tunnel attempt? Yes, but it is not uppercase T tunneling. In the same way, 3 solo queue survivors who are efficient on generators, who say all have deja vu, one has the War Crimes build, one took a hit early with Resi, so they didn't heal, so they're getting Resi deja vu value. The 3rd person has like a decent toolbox but no other perks. To me, that's them getting lucky, splitting pressure effectively. But luck is a big part of that, because if the Blight then goes and pressures the correct people, they get off the gens, there's no coordinated effort to complete the generators. Can they get gens done fast? Yes. Are they maybe lowercase gen rushing? Arguably, yes. But I don't think they are gen rushing in the same way that I don't think a killer going person A, person B, person A, person B is tunneling. So like I said, it's very semanticsy, but I think it's one of those things that does have like a... I screwed up. Never mind, I didn't. Oh my god, am I finally in the era where I can get, fast faults from relatively close? Ooh, good hit. I'm gonna leave Shaq, actually. Oh! Damn, I didn't even hear him bump. Also, a thrilling tremors. For you, gen rushing is when every gen is in 5 to 7 minutes. Every game is in 5 minutes because the gen popped every minute. But see, that's what I mean, Soph, is that if they're all bringing, like, builds, or, like, if they hardcore gens before friends, for example, that I would consider a part of gen rushing. It's why, let's say I'm on a okay, I'm gonna give a different scenario real quick of what I would consider an example of, like, a sort of gen rush in the way that I would, like, consider someone softcore tunneling to be softcore tunneling, okay? As opposed to hardcore tunneling. Let's say right now. Hold on. I need a second. Ooh, okay. I'm just gonna get save. Understood. Don't come out, because he knows where I am. Guys, I need a second. I'm sorry. Hashtag bad streamer mode. Oh, okay. Well, now I don't really know what to do. Trying to get rid of the snowman so it doesn't jump scare me. God, these new syringes are dumb. Have I mentioned that? Ooh, okay, one sec. I'm so sorry, guys. My, ugh. No, well, I was gonna... Oh, wait, I'm about to... I didn't get it in time. I need to get out. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm no longer exposed. I screwed up. I screwed up like crazy. Oops. He doubled back when I didn't expect it and didn't when I did, or something. I don't remember what I was about to say. Anyway, guys, beware. Enjoy becoming the obsession, haha. Oh, unfortunate. Anyway, I know about how it goes. You're having a good one. Got it. Damn, I was really hoping he'd chase me there. I don't even know where gens are because I'm lack critical information. I couldn't, I'm sorry. I tried so hard. Didn't get far enough. Ooh, good job, dude. I did, I don't think you'd be able to hit that turn. Anyway, sorry, Wesky. Good luck. Anyway. Anyway, what I was going to say about gen rushing, though, is, I feel like in those sort of situations, though, Sofa, where you're talking about, with the gens popping quickly and you winning chases and stuff, for me, I feel like that's a combination of two issues. One, the fact that this game is unfortunately balanced around the idea that killers are going to bring multiple regression perks, because many killers do bring multiple regression perks. So if slowdown and base kit regression is not balanced with the idea of multiple regression perks in mind, when killers do bring those perks, it's going to be suffer central for most survivors. But I say that because I relate to that. But the reason that you sometimes have matches where that doesn't matter versus matches where it does, to me, is at least partly because, luck. In the sense of which gens survivors get on, which gens you happen to patrol while you're in chase, that sort of stuff. And to me, it's one of those things that's easier to see from the, survivor perspective, where, like... I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Sometimes, oh. What am I trying to say? You got it, Hermes. Water and posture, but let me just finish my thought. Sometimes, from the survivor perspective, you're in a match, and I catch myself thinking, hey, this match would have turned out totally different if the killer happened to check these gens at this point in time, or if I didn't have bond, which meant that I knew that this person got chased off this gen, which was at 50%. Like, if I didn't go and stop the regression, it would have fully regressed, and it would have been a totally different game, that sort of stuff. That is one of those RNG aspects that it's RNG that can be influenced by player skill and player perks. But I think that it's one of the key aspects of gens getting done fast, if that makes sense. This is gen rush. Well, but see, right, that's kind of my argument, is that to me, you can gen rush, because I've seen it. People who bring 3 people with pure gen builds and their 4th player has a pure chase build, they get attention super quick, and by the time the killer realizes what's happening, they're down to 2 gens left before the first chase even fully happens. That is a gen rush. But my argument is you need 3 to 4 people to gen rush. 2 players, even if a duo bringing gen builds, cannot a gen rush make. 3 players bringing a couple gen builds and a chase build could be a gen rush depending on how seriously they play. To me, to do a true gen rush, you have to have 4 players in mind who are playing on gen rushing, in the same way that, to me, a true tunnel, capital T tunnel, isn't a tunnel unless it's like the killer is straight up ignoring everybody else. There is getting gens done quickly. There is the intent to do gens quickly, but a capital G or gen rush is a bit more difficult. Anyway, that's my whole argument. Well, yeah, exactly. So Sofa, or Grape. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you've ever watched Hens's video, they literally brought 4 no mithers. They all brought, actually, I think I can show you, if I remember properly, the builds that they all had. I remember at least some of the perks. They, like, had 3 gen perks, and then they all brought self-unhook offerings so that they didn't have to bother unhooking each other. And I believe that the goal was, if somebody didn't successfully self-unhook, they would just leave that person to die. Like, that was their whole plan, is just get one person out as quickly as possible for the whole world record. That is, like, an 11 out of 10 in gen rushing to me. But I also think you have to be at least an 8 out of 10 for it to be considered gen rushing. So, but again, in the same way that capital T tunneling, there's giving someone, like, the light tunnel 1-0, but get actually, like, capital T tunneling, this is miserable to go against, maybe behavior should do something against it, is more extreme. Anyway. Oh, right, I just remembered. Guys, I'm so sorry. Let me finish what I was going to say, and then, first of all, if anyone wants to hop in, just hop in, especially if you haven't played yet. Here's an example of what I consider like an 8 or a 9 for gen rushing. So not the 4-man going in super prepared, but an example of me as a survivor, what I try not to do because it feels bad as killer. Let's say this is our party, and we had that Fung from last match, okay? Let's say that there was 1 gen left to do. Fung had been hooked once, and Wesky was currently on hook. So 2 hooks total, okay? And we're on the last generator, and it's 50% done. To me, it would be in the same way that, like, an unnecessary going after the unhooked player when the hooked player is there. It's like, not capital T tunneling, but it's like, okay, you didn't have to do that. To me, most of the time, if I'm nearby, I'm gonna get off my generator and get save. Whereas in most matches, I would say finish the generator, then get saved, because then the game's over. Well, exactly. Like, you don't need to gens before friends when you have 2 hooks at 1 gen left. And no one's death hook. If someone's death hook, then you can make the argument of, okay, pop last gen so we can get them out. But if hooks are spread, no one's death hook, only 2 people have been hooked. You don't need to pop the gen before getting the save. That's like, it's not necessary. Kind of like, similarly, why sometimes when no hooks can come in, I see you guys swarming for flashlight saves. I'm like, guys, please don't do this. We literally have 1 gen left. This person has gotten a single hook. We don't need to be flashy saving right now. Holy shit, this feels like crap to go against. We don't have to do this. It's the same thing. It's just that usually as killer, you have more, at least for me, you tend to have more decisions in the matter of when to do it. So the opportunities to walk things back as survivor just don't show up as often. Anyway, it's, at the end of the day, people can play however they want to play. Obviously. Um... But the problem, here's the thing though, the problem with gen speeds right now is that if you're up against I always compare it to it's funny because I still compare Legion in 2v8 to gen regression and slowdown perks in 1v4. A killer bringing 4 regression / slowdown perks but is grading chase is gonna win most of their matches because every time they get a down, they get rewarded by setting survivors back on their progress. A killer who's really good in chase but doesn't bring those perks is still going to be ending chases quickly, but the gens are still gonna pop, so they have to be snappier. They have to get those downs even more quickly before they're rushing to get to the finish line first. Whereas with the regression and slowdown, they get to go 2 steps forward and push the survivors 1 step back. My point being, gen speeds are hard to balance so long as 4 slowdown and regression perks are possible, as they stand. And I don't know what the devs are supposed to do about it. Because that's the problem. I don't have solutions. I do not envy the devs. Excuse me. Gen rushing to use when all gens are done in 5 minutes. But see, that's kind of what I mean, Wesky, is that, like, that shouldn't be happening. In the same breath as, because I do agree. If survivors get slugged in the first 5 minutes, the devs don't need to adjust slugging. Survivors have definitely screwed up somewhere, one way or another. In the same way, most of the time, now, there's always the chance that y'all got unlucky. Maybe you spawned in a weird way. Maybe the killer had infectious fright, and somebody on your team was planning on making a save, so they got caught out unexpectedly, that sort of thing. Or maybe the survivors weren't expecting a 4-man slug build. That can happen. In the same way that most of the times, unless true hardcore intentional gen rushing is happening, 5 gens aren't usually going to pop in the first 5 minutes unless the killer has not patrolled properly. Now, sometimes luck is a major factor, whether it be survivor perks or the gens that they happen to check on. But, like, that's why I say is most of the time when people talk about gen rushing or slugging or tunneling, they're talking about lowercase. It's like, yeah, you got unlucky with what happened that match. But if choices had been made differently, the perks and concepts that the survivors brought, if you checked the right gens at the right time, things probably would have shaken out differently. Versus if you're against a survivor team who is intentionally capital GR gen rushing, your choices aren't going to make a difference unless you came equally prepared. And that's kind of why I compare it to, like, the hardcore capital T tunneling. Unless you've got your team can't do anything other than doing gens quicker. Anyway. Well, but see, Grape, I do think that saying that if you lose to survivors in 5 minutes, you're a poor killer, I do think that's an oversimplification. Because, like I said, a lot of it is luck-based. Let's say you check gen number 1, and you find a person there, and it's at 50%, you kick it with overcharge, so wonderful. You've started a regression with your perks around it. Surprise, you're actually chasing the survivor with the full-on chase build. Meanwhile, their teammate was hiding in the bushes because they heard your terror radius. You didn't catch them with nowhere to hide. They immediately stop regression on your gen. They have a toolbox. They're able to finish it before the gen gets, before you get the down. Meanwhile, your 2 other teammates happen to be splitting gens, and they both pop their gens. That's 3 gens pop before the first down. Now your pain res doesn't get any value. Your pop doesn't get any value because there's no gen, and you're just in a very unlucky position. That is not necessarily the player's fault. That is mainly luck to me. Killer may or may not have bad packet loss, because they don't have bad ping. But that's, like I said, that's why I think that it's hard to balance, because so much of this game is RNG based. Anyway. But also, to be clear, this is why when I talk about things like capital T tunneling or capital GR gen rushing, that's why I make sure to clarify that when I'm talking about those things, I'm talking about the extreme cases. Because we can argue all the way to the fog and back about certain playstyles or certain perks or this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, most of it is like within the bell curve of fine. It's the extreme cases where people often, myself included, tend to have issues, and that needs to be addressed. Or rather, should be addressed. Also, Blood Favor. I don't know if I called that, or if everyone saw it. Okay, Blood Favor, Grim Embrace. Damn, I did not time that right. I was close, but no cigar. Anyway, but I do think that the problem is with gen rushing, unlike, let me rephrase that, with gens getting done quickly, unlike, okay, I'm gonna re-say what I'm saying. When you're up against a killer with 4 slowdown regression perks, you know it's 4 slowdown regression perks. When you're up against a killer who is using their best add-ons, you can usually tell it's their best add-ons. Also, thank you. Oh my god, I got stuck. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Hashtag bad streamer mode for a minute or two. Whew. Oh, right, I remember what I was saying. Point is, when you're a survivor against killers, you're usually able to tell what their perks are. Most of the more like strong perks in this game, other than aura reading perks, you know when they have them. It's obvious when they have Infectious Fright and Forced Hesitation. It's obvious when they have End Fury once you get hit by it. It's obvious when they have Pop Pain Res. As a killer, until you hit endgame, you don't know why the gens are popping. You don't know if it's 3 hyper focuses with Toolbox. You don't know if it's a 4-man sweat fest with certain perks. Like, you don't know. You don't know what their perks are. It's why I hate seeing 4 toolboxes in lobby, because you don't know if it's gonna be 4 Sabo toolboxes or 4 Gen Rush toolboxes. One is gonna be fun, one is gonna be, well, one can be fun, but one is almost certainly gonna be a bad time, you know? Anyway, I feel like that adds to some of the negativity where you don't know what you're up against until the end game. I don't think he's following me down. I'm sorry. Oh, is someone getting saved? Oh, Wesky, the direction you were running is the gate that's being opened, as a heads up. So if you run behind yourself. Nice. Cheese. Are you okay? Okay, nice. Cheese. I am very lucky I had the chase that I did. Blood Favor on that map is rough. Also, Base Dwight bringing us some tiramisu as well. Hell yeah. Ha, cheese. Anyway,
This isn't right. I did everything asked of me.
Also, so but I hate Dead Hard because I fall for it 100% of the time, and the only times I don't fall for it is when I'm not trying to. Literally, I'd say 99% of the time I accidentally bait out Dead Hard. It's because I'm thinking, do I want to kill this person? They were just on hook. I feel kind of bad. Maybe I should give them an extra chance, and then they Dead Hard because they're like, oh god, I'm gonna get hit. Anyway, I think what's the best thing about DBD, or not the best thing, the best way to put it is that in DBD, most things are fine, but boy howdy, when certain things are taken to the extreme, they get really frustrating. I'd say in 90% of situations, Dead Hard, DS, made for this, that stuff is like fine 90% of the time. Do you get strength? Yes, but in the same way that bringing strong perks like Pop and Pain Res are going to give you massive pros, you know? Like, you still got to use them well enough. But those 10% of the time, boy howdy does it fucking suck. But that's where it falls into like the feels bad man category for me. And the things that I usually call feels bad man perks, add-ons, offerings, blah blah blah, are things that are the feels bad man like 80+% of the time, or even 50+% of the time. Okay, really quick, guys. It is 7:30. I have to use the restroom. Excuse me. I will be back in like 5 minutes or so. And when I get back, we will be continuing. If anybody wants to join queue, let me know. Drop a 33 in chat. Oh, and yeah, the new syringes are so stupid. I'm using them because I think that they're interesting. And I am also willing to change my opinion. And I'm also curious how they feel against different killers. So yeah, I'm using the new syringes, and ironically, I somehow feel better about using them than I do about using the old syringes. I felt worse about using the old cringe syringes than these. But these I definitely think are more unhealthy for the game, because, you know what, actually, here's why I think that I find the new syringes more unhealthy, but I'm also more likely to use them. And I think it's because they are more unhealthy when combined with other unhealthy aspects of the game. In a bubble, they're annoying, but they're blood rush in a bottle. Used with a team that is try-harding, that's when they're going to be really fucking annoying. So, that's kind of how I feel about the new syringes. They're blood rush in a bottle right now, which is, like, not awesome, but neither was a lot of the, neither were the old, whatever they're called, styptics. God, Sofa, my big thing right now is Conviction. I'm glad that they fixed the Conviction plot twist issue. Conviction, I don't know how I feel about it. Conviction is a weird perk. It's like... I don't know how I feel about Conviction. It's weird. I like it in concept, but it's one of those perks that like 50 to 70% of the time is fine, but then 30 to 50% of the time can be really fucking annoying / abusable. So that's where I'm at with Conviction. Remind this guy in game chat. Oh, wait, guys, hold on. You know what? Hold that thought. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Gonna run a quick ad while I'm gone because it's the only time I run ads. If anyone wants to join queue, let me know. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I ended up needing to do one more thing than I was expecting. Howdy. I went to grab a decongestant, but apparently I grabbed the last one last time I grabbed one, so I had to refill them. Anyway, where were we? Is anyone gonna be hopping in, or is it gonna be a duo queue right now? Just let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna ready up in a couple seconds. I'm also gonna catch up on chat, haha. Whew. Eh. Oh wow, I actually have a lot of messages to read. Give me a hot minute. Okay. Where were we? Putting myself in focus, that's where we are. Okay. I'm gonna ready up since, assuming nobody's hopping in right now. Otherwise... God, yeah, guys. Okay, actually, on the topic of conviction, it most when used well, is one of those perks that in solo queue, the value it's kind of like gen rushing, where solo queue conviction is not the same as a coordinated team with conviction. And off comms conviction, where it's like you get conviction value, still isn't the same as intentionally getting conviction. Because conviction, when used at its most annoying, reminds me of old Unbreakable DS in Endgame. Which, if you didn't know, Decisive Strike used to not deactivate in Endgame. So if you had Unbreakable and Decisive Strike and you got unhooked in Endgame, you just run to the gate. If the killer hits you, you pick yourself up with Unbreakable. If they pick you up, you have Decisive Strike and you get out the gate. Either way, you escape. It was uncounterable. There was nothing to do. You could not play around it. That's what what conviction often feels like to me. Where if you pick up, you get wreck nerd. If you slug, you get wreck nerd. Anyway. I still think with the syringes, rather than doing a full-on rework, they really should have just made it so one of two things. One, make it so healing speeds don't affect syringes. What that, to me, Now, some people are going to make the argument of, well, Marcus, the main issue with syringes wasn't them getting used in Chase. It's the fact that if you syringe yourself and get on a generator, you save 16 seconds of healing yourself, or 32 seconds if someone else is healing you. It's like, yeah. But also, data company McGee behavior could have gotten new data and then made decisions. Why jump? That's what I don't get about behavior. They always do one of two things. Either they make the tiniest nothing burger sandwich changes ever. And yes, I did say burger sandwich. I don't care. Either they make the most nothing burger changes ever, or they go batshit crazy and totally change how something works. And it feels like it's never in between. I don't know. Anyway. Also, Hermes, enjoy your matches. Also, I'm almost caught up on chat. Also, hello, Benny Pudding. How goes? I hope you're having a good one. Speaking of syringes, yeah, I'll bring it again. I'll say, I'm actually really liking Crutch Perk of Opportunity right now, and I don't know if it's because specifically the build I'm bringing Oh, excuse me, or, something else. I should deactivate you. You know what? Okay, can I share a potentially hot take? I still feel like if behavior just added in some sort of clause of like you said, 3 gens or earlier with, okay, Ruin. I miss when it would deactivate when you killed someone, but also I kind of wish it did that, like you said, if it was at 3+ gens left. You know what I mean? Like, now things like pain res, I don't think should be the case. Pop shouldn't be the case. Ruin, I could still see the argument for, because sometimes you just get McFucking screwed with where the totem spawn is and you're never gonna find it, son. You know what I mean? But also, I'm not, like, super bent out of shape about it. Ooh, can I throw through this? No, I can't. Okay, sad days for Marcus. Anyway, but with that one, it's kind of a, I don't care. Am I getting stalked? I'm getting stalked by Santa Ghostface. That's so sad. Luckily, I got a really good distance there. I yearn for Bond. I yearn for Bond. I'm so afraid. I'm gonna reset myself at Shack real quick. 1 second, 1 second. Okay. Oh my gosh, Benny, I'm so sorry. I just saw what you were saying that you were trying to join. If you want to hop in next match, I will absolutely make sure to get you in. Because my man's got tenacity. I was gonna say, does he also have power struggle, or did you just get that? Well, it might have been tenacity power struggle. Ooh, and also Surge, methinks. Surge or Eruption, not sure which. Also, hello, AK. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good one. I'm so afraid they may stalk right now. Okay. Oh, you got the save. Got it, great. Got it. Guys, I'm yeah, well, you know. You know. Oh. Sorry, Stealth Killers, Billy, and probably like one or two others are, as you know, my kryptonite, and I require significantly more attention. Oh, the ghost face. Where did you come from? See, like, right now, if this was an old syringe, I would use my syringe on you and get on that gate. Straight up. I'm gonna go take a hit for Michaela if I have to. Where'd she go? Is she in there? Where is she? I don't know where she went. Michaela? There she is. I'm hoping that Steve just knows where to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Ah, he did have a tenacity. Oh wow, he had power struggle too. Oh, I was gonna tell him he scared the hell out of me when I first noticed him. See, and you know what? This is an example of kind of what we were talking about, where I was the first person who got chased. I knew people where they were on gen, so I was able to take chase away. So we were able to get first gen done really fast. And then I was able to avoid that down by Steve taking the first hit and then me stealthing with Fixated into a corner. It's one of those things where just the right combination of hits just didn't happen. But that's more like, that's as much luck as it is decisions made by the players, at least in my experience. Also, let me fix my posture and my water.
It's here. I'm in the middle of it.
Ah, delicious. Anyway, Ben, if you're ready to hop in, and if anybody else does, let me know. I still stand by the fact, or my conspiracy theory that the powers that be at Behavior started making decisions when this chapter was, or in anticipation of the Five Nights at Freddy's chapter, and that just screwed up the works. Because Behavior has been trending positively for the last few years. I'm gonna be real. all of a sudden, they don't get me wrong, sometimes it's a few steps forwards, 1 or 2 steps back, but overall they've been trending positively. Right now, it's been so many bad decision after bad decision that it just makes me think that somebody out there is just making bad decisions who isn't usually the decision maker. Also, I don't know if someone answered your question, Hermes. I don't believe so. No, you do not scream in a locker. Actually, so fun thing about Friends Till the End, Hermes. If you are not the obsession and the obsession is about to get hooked, if every other survivor who is up goes into a locker, the obsession will not change. So yeah, if you're in a locker when Friends Till the End is proccing, you don't get revealed. The obsession doesn't change, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, it's intended because you don't scream in lockers. In fact, that's one of the reasons why Kaneki was so, bullshit on release was because his pseudo barbecue worked through lockers, and it was the only perk of its kind that worked that way, and it wasn't a perk, it was an add-on. The only exceptions, Hermes, are perks that reveal your location, such as, Rancor. Rancor will show you the position of all survivors on the map, regardless of whether they're in a locker or not. It's one of the few exceptions to the rule. But for similarly, you'll still reveal with Killer Instinct if you're in a locker. Like if it's a Legion, or if the crows get shot past your locker, that will still proc the Killer Instinct. Anyway, I'm eating some goldfish. If anybody wants to join queue, let me know. Anyway. You guys should watch the new Knives Out movie. It was good. Like I said, it's my favorite one so far. I'm just thinking about it now. I really want to talk about it, but I'm not going to do any spoilers. But I want to talk about it with spoilers, but I won't. But I love trying to solve a mystery while I'm watching. I like trying to prove that I'm smart. I was super, super proud of myself. I actually had a lot of the pieces, and I noticed something really cool. And by really cool, I mean, you know how at the end of that sort of mystery movie, they'll show you, here are the hints that we dropped you. I got the big hint, and I was super, super proud of that. And I pointed out to Mama Marcus, look, look, look! And she's like, I see. Anyway. Hello there, Pup Techie. How goes, gamer? Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, skidoo. How goes? I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful week so far. / wonderful day. It goes, you've been lurking? Well, I hope you've been enjoying the lurk. I'm actually I always try to shout out, lurkers. Not like by name, but just like the general concept of appreciating lurkers, because I am a known lurker when it comes to watching streams. I'm the sort of person who, much like an endgame chat, I'll often type a message, go, is this actually worth sending? And then most of the times it's just not. My point is, lurking life. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna eat a goldfish. I just realized I still haven't changed my player profile. Also oh crap. Guys, I might have to do some killer games tonight. I want to get my killer grade up, because reset is tomorrow. Because if you don't know, it's the 13th of the month. I also need to feed Tori more. Some early speak. Would enjoy the alerts. It's funny. I have been subscribing to, like, my most watched streamer for... Actually, now I'm curious how long I've been subbed for. Because I sub with my Prime. Point is, I've been subbed for a long time, but because I sub with my Prime, I have never actually announced my my subscription. And it's one of those things that it's such double standards, because I love when people announce, because I like to know who is, because it makes me happy, and I want to be able to shout people out, and then I just never do myself, because I'm like, I don't have to. 33 months, apparently. I have not done it a single time. Oh, why can't we just kill switch this entire realm? Goodbye, Mr. Rabbit Man. You have someone you do that to as well. Whoop. Oh, stream closed on my phone. Curious. Let's try not to, get jump scared. And by jump scared, I just mean jumped. Okay. Actually, I will say, one thing I've recently done, I very, very recently decided to, because I didn't know you could do this, I downloaded a spreadsheet of my subscribers. And apparently, because you're able to do that apparently, and it tells you things like how long people have been subbed for, and for how many months in a row, basically, or how many months period. And I had the biggest ooh-woo blushy moment, because there were a couple people who have been doing exactly that, who have just, like, straight up, I don't think I've ever talked to them in chat, or I don't know if they've ever said anything in chat, but they've been around literally since I've started, and they've, like, been using their Prime here every month. And it is just, it was just really sweet to see. You know, like, it just made me, it's, like I said, it blushy uwu in the sense that, like, I didn't even know what, I don't even know what words to use, because it was just so unexpected and sweet, and anyway. Oh, you know what? I remember why I was checking. It's because, for those who don't know, a handful of people have what are called Founders Badges. And the way you get a Founders Badge is if you're one of the first, 10 people to be subscribed to a channel once it reaches, affiliate for the first time. Oh, what the fuck is your ping, my dude? Holy shit! Okay, well, that explains it. Okay, awesome. I should have just got my sprint burst back, I guess. Yikes. I, would love if the game gave me a bad ping indicator. That would have been swell. I guess, should have checked, bozo. Okay. Anyway. Point is, continuing from that, I was going through because I think 5 of my first subs were actually gifted from one person, and I know for a fact one of the people who had gotten them, like, I don't think they ever even said anything in chat, because this was, like, actually, I had, affiliate relatively early in my DBD gaming, in my, second go of streaming, I'm gonna call it. Because for those who don't know, I streamed for a few months, a couple years before I started the second time. Anyway, the point that I'm getting to, though, is I wanted to make sure that, none of them were still, like, it had the founder badge, which I was pretty sure they didn't. If anyone ever talked in stream that, or was ever, like, following or anything like that, they kept it. But there was, like, one person who was literally a bot and another account that didn't exist anymore that still had founders badges. This was when I was first going through them. But I wanted to make sure that was still the case. It was through that I discovered that people, one of whom actually has a founder's badge, has been, like, using their Prime here the whole time. And that was really, really awesome. And if they ever do talk here, they're gonna see that they have a founder's badge. And that's super swell. Both swell and cash money, if you will. Hey, Megan. Bye, Megan. Anyway, that's what you missed, Ungly. I wonder if there's anything in this chest. I'm pretty sure you have the founder's badge for Nova. Awesome, yeah, it's, I'm pretty sure, I think Wesky has one. Yo, purple medkit, baby! I will be stealing that once I've used my cringe syringe. Oh, also, if and when you hit partner, you get an additional 10 founders, which just automatically is the next 10 people, if you didn't know. Why do I keep missing? I miss! I tried twice. Now, if I unhook and she does have adrenaline, she should still get value from it. Okay. I'll go work on the closer gate. I don't think I'm getting my purple medkit, am I? I'm just gonna full send. Oh, guys, this isn't the open gate, as a heads up. Yeah, someone needs to... Yeah, perfect. Okay, I think Meg's gonna tap it. Ooh, where am I getting taken? Ooh, I'm gonna take it kind of far, huh? Oh, almost. Granny! Wait, was it Blood Warden or? Jeez! Oh my god. That's so surprising that Meg and I resetting there wound up being the right move. I thought that was definitely gonna end in a death. But, that we were both able to take hits there. Jeez. I still have no idea what Springtrap add-ons do. Oh, like, GG's, guys. That was great grape. That was great from everyone, honestly. GG's. And if anybody wants to hop in, let me know, as usual. Otherwise, I will be readying up in just a moment. Okay. Also, on the flip side of Pring Syringes being dead, not dead, excuse me, opposite of dead, strong but in a different way. What the fuck? Styptics are just like one of the worst add-ons now for medkits. It's crazy. It's like, I now feel about Styptics how I feel about, the pink bulbs for flashlights. Like, why would you ever get them? All you're doing is wasting your blood points. Which, is sad, because I'm gonna show you my Yui. Actually, I don't know who would have more, Yui or Sable. Honestly, probably Yui. You got it, Hermes. Posture and water. Let's see. Let's just put this on. Oh, I don't know why I'm checking flashlights. I wanted to check medkits. 357, 382. What do I have on Sable?
Fantastic.
329, 347. And what about Astri the Pastry? $234, $344. Can't wait to see Goth GF tomorrow, though. God, I am also very much looking forward to continuing Danganronpa. I don't remember the pacing of Chapter 2, so I don't know how far we're gonna get. From what I recall, I think we're going to have, like, 2 things of free time, a little bit of forced story, 2 more things of free time, then probably, I think, a bit more, like, forced story, maybe a motive, teehee, before eventually finding a body. Or maybe no one else will die. Maybe everyone will live happily ever after. Well, but speaking of the Goth GF, everybody has to think about, well, everybody who's been hanging out in Danganronpa has to figure out which other survivors, I keep calling them survivors, which other students we want to hang out with, because, I think different people have different numbers of free time events, but, I believe that the average is about 5. Point is, we will be getting to the end of Celeste's free time event sooner rather than later. So, we do have to figure out who we're hanging out with next. And, hope that it's not someone who's gonna die, because once they're dead, they're dead. Technically, they are survivors. Ugh. Yeah, it's... Can I just say, that's one of the funniest, like, linguistics phenomenon, is if you have a word that its concept is easily enough transferable to a different word. And I'm gonna give you a precise example. Social deception games. Some people, their first social deception game was Mafia. Those people, when they then learn to play Werewolf or learn to play Among Us, will often refer to the imposters or the werewolves as mafia, and the crewmates or town as town. Similarly, if you played Werewolf first, you often refer to werewolves and town. If you played Among Us first, you're often going to flip-flop between crew and imposter, despite no matter what game you're playing, just out of habit. And I just find that very interesting and fun and interesting. I love watching people play Project Winter and use the word imposter and venting, because unironically, imposter, venting, and crewmate still works very well when talking about Project Winter. Actually, speaking of which, I would unironically be so down to do like a Project Winter session if people are interested in that, because I love that game. Unfortunately, it's not the sort of game that you generally want to solo queue into, and you need like a 7, I think it's an 8-player lobby is the correct number of players. It's also the sort of game that you can't third imposter for, like it ruins it. Oh my god, off topic, super off topic, but actually kind of related. Speaking of games you cannot third imposter for, which the third imposter is taken from Among Us, and it's in reference to the fact that there are usually 2 imposters, but if there's a crewmate who is either intentionally or accidentally throwing, they are the third imposter. There's a game called First Class Trouble, and it was basically in non-existence for the last, like, 3-4 years. Because long story short, the dev team basically lost access to their own game. Because if I'm remembering correctly, their publishing studio got sold. And the ones it got sold to basically just shut it down and were like, sucks to suck, bozos. Damn. Yeah, this is a quick swinger. Yeah, solid nurse. I should have picked up my kept my med kit instead. That would have been way more useful there, unfortunately. She's a return to sender nurse. Every time I say Project, you think of Project Zomboid. You know, I actually know nothing about that game. Not even like a little to nothing, just straight up, I just don't know anything about that game, funny enough. Okay. Oh, well, GG's. Sorry, guys, that's like Hundo P game. I mean, it's not, but it is. If I had my med kit, I'd reset myself, but I don't have my med kit because I'm on the other side of the map. This is gonna be a basement hook, right? Oh, it's not a basement hook. That's shocking. Maybe she has deli. That's so unfortunate. That was on, like, the last possible second. Yo, okay, that's a good save. Unfortunately, Benny, there's a really real chance that you're gonna die, and I am sorry, but it's okay because there's a real chance I'm gonna die too. Yep. Oh. Guys, I get to go next quicker. Yeah, she doesn't. She goes, it doesn't matter. I just had to lose my beamer. I'm curious what her build is, so if either of you guys are the last dead, let me know.
No hook for me today.
I need to shoulder the bare mother be willing. Yeah, it's, you know, no one knows when you have shoulder. That's the unfortunate reality of it. Appreciate the thought, but yeah, it's like, you know, it is what it is. But like, that's kind of an example of what we were talking about before with the... Some people want to, like, I look at it from the lens of some people want to win more than I do. Like, if I'm in chase with you across the map, I've gotten 2 hooks before 2nd gen, I'm not going to drop chase with the person across the map. At the same time, I'm not going to be like, wow, why did you drop chase across the map to come and down me? Like, well, because she wanted to get another hook. And it was a free down. Like, I wouldn't do it, but also I would rather not. I'd just rather not. That's just not how I choose to play the game. You know, so it's like, I don't know. It's... Is it fun? Or rather, is it, like, fun for it to happen? No, obviously. It feels crappy, but, like, get good, Marcus. You know? Don't heal under hook next time, bozo. Run across map, get your med kit. But by the time I realized that was what... Oof. Hey, you know what, Grape? Can I just say, hold on, I need to pause for a second. This is unironically, if y'all are getting slugged right now, this is the perfect example of... If you get tunneled out, you get to Chi-Chi's go next quicker than anybody else. Everybody, literally, that's my phrase is, hey, I get to Chi-Chi's go next faster. Y'all are getting slugged for the 4K. Except it doesn't work like that when you're in a Swift, obviously. Only if you're solo queue. Ooh, did you get a chance to see the build? I was curious. I don't actually, like, care that much, just... Honestly, I'm more curious about the add-ons than anything. I want to know if she had the lunge add-on. Didn't... Oh, good. Excuse me while I talk with my mouth full. Like a disgusting creature. Hit on hook? Was it like a repeated hook or a single hit? Or a repeated hook? A repeated hit or single hit is what I was trying to spit out. Just single? Could have been to stop the scream. If it's a single hook, I usually will... Actually... If you guys ever wonder why I do this, I can explain why. But in general, I like to just assume best/kindest case scenario and then be proven a fool/wrong. A single hit like that, I'll usually just give the benefit of the doubt of either A, they're just trying to stop the scream, or B, they accidentally fat-fingered M1 and didn't actually mean to do it. Because I do that sometimes, like, accidentally hit M1, I'm like, oh shit, sorry, didn't mean to hit you, buddy. Slash, I know a lot of people just don't like the screams and will silence them that way. What I wanted to address with that, though, is I usually will do that for most things in life, whether it be I'm driving and some douchebag cuts me off. I cannot control that I have been cut off in traffic. However, I can control how I choose to perceive it. And how I would choose to perceive it in that moment is, damn, thank God I was paying enough attention that that didn't end in a crash. That probably scared the hell out of that person if they didn't notice me in that lane or if I was in their blind spot. Because, frankly, we all fuck up sometimes. It's like what I was talking about before. We all engage in loser-like behavior. Like, we all fuck up sometimes. We all accidentally cut people off. We all do dumb things that we shouldn't do, but it happens. And all we can do is hope in that moment that the other person is paying enough attention to compensate for our lack of attention. And in that moment, when you fuck up, the last thing you want is pissed off McGee tailgating behind you because they decided to take issue, because clearly you did it on purpose to them intentionally. So I try my best to afford people the same grace that I hope to be afforded when I fuck up. And frankly, the same goes for stupid stuff like Dead by Daylight. I'd rather just assume that someone who's, like, nodding at me in game, hitting me on a hook, I would rather assume that Michael doing that to me is role-playing. That they are just, like, talking out, like, going, ha ha ha, I've got you on hook now, ha ha ha. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference what they're doing. Either way, they're going to be hitting me on hook and nodding at me. And if I choose to see it as them, like, they're probably just having fun role-playing, all that does is save me stress and frustration. And it's that idea of you can't control other people, you can only control your reactions. But controlling your reactions starts with how you choose to perceive something. Because if you end a match and you say GG's to the person nodding at you, hitting you on hook, and they say GG's back, it's great, you know? It's nice, it's wonderful, it's like, okay, yeah, we're chill. And if they then go, haha, get wrecked, loser, you're like 40, which is still the funniest fucking thing anyone's ever said in this game. If they say something like that, then you go, oh, wait, you actually were being a dick. Oh, okay, then dude, bye. Like, you know, it's like, I don't know. Especially because then if you go into endgame and I don't know, and obviously, I'm human. I get frustrated at times. I get annoyed. I stare into the camera like I'm on The Office. And you know what? I cry a river, I build a bridge, and I get over it. Hello there, garbage. Right later in the DBT world. Oh, that's sweet of you to say. But you know, it's just they say, if you're driving in fog, you should usually turn off your brights. That was a kind of dumb joke, but I still stand by it. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Friday. Howdy, howdy. I was coming to say cheese, but had to stop and listen to the whole speech there. Were you our nurse or our other V, out of curiosity? If you were the nurse, I'm very curious as to what add-ons you were using. But either way, GG's gamer. Nurse. GG's, I'm just sad I lost sight. I found that beamer in a chest, like, right off rip. And I'm just sad I didn't get to keep it. Oh, GG's. That was, definitely not my finest moment, but, like, you know, first of all, amazing last second. I lit fat-fingered C. Okay, Marcus, good job. Yeah, I assume you heard my whole, like, so-and-so wants to win more than me. It's like, yeah, it's just, like, it doesn't feel great, but also, oh, well, you know, shit happens. I'm dead, goodbye, Nate. I screwed that up, I was playing like I had balance landing. Ooh. Oh, heavy panting in Jennifer's breath. Got it, got it. Oh. Oh. But yeah, it's like, you know, people can play however they want. It's part of the game. Also, Hell Map. Whenever I remember Garden of Soy is the map we're playing on, I also have that moment of, oh yeah. That map. But I hope you're having a good session, and jeez. And I do appreciate you swinging by. Oh, you played this Unknown? Nice. Yeah, Return to Sender. Wait, okay, hold on. Now, Garbage, I have to know. Do you also call it Return to Sender, or were you listening when I was calling it that? I'm just very curious now, because that is absolutely what I call it the Return to Sender add-on. Yeah, games have actually, okay, unironically, I should not be complaining about getting chat on by you that match, especially because we have had really, really strong Survivor matches tonight. It genuinely feels like, it's funny, earlier today we were literally talking about balancing in this game, and, how certain things really could/should be better adjusted, and basically debating, like, the definitions of capital G or gen rushing versus lowercase, like, getting gens done efficiently versus... versus capital T tunneling, all that sort of stuff. I kind of forget what my point was now, though. Lamowskis. Uh-oh. Knew that was coming. You know what? You gotta go. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm such a... Don't look at me. Why am I like this? I knew this was gonna happen. If you weren't here earlier today and like my last couple of games, I've been talking about how I feel like I've unlocked my looping brain against the unknown, and I think after our last unknown match earlier today, I literally said, damn, I know I'm gonna regret this later, and the game is just gonna prove to me why I'm gonna regret it. And you know, here we are, learning why I'm regretting it. The entity giveth, the entity taketh away. Also have a good match, Garbage. I think the problem is this guy's actually patient with his powers. A lot of unknowns just eat their powers because they want to use it. I tried to hit spacebar, but I failed. Lamau. But you know what? Pop your gens! I tried so hard, and I got cross-map. So in the end, it didn't really matter. I'm on the hook, so take a look. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I'm hanging on the hook. Anyway. Okay, so I am Gift of Pain, but also I don't know if he actually has any guys over here, so he might not be able to teleport to us. We'll see, I suppose. Two-man heal to counter Dying Light. Oh, Sable. This is actually gonna be really unfortunate when she dies. Ha, good news is you're gonna counter Gift of Pain. Oh, where did he just teleport? I'm just gonna run to main. Alright, so we have a one here, one in front of main. I should have just run back to main. Why didn't I run to main? I don't know if I make this. Working on the one by main. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. No grape. 07 grape. You know, I'm just gonna leave, and that way hacks will spawn. Oh! Hatch escape? Oh, I want to compliment this guy. I'm not surprised that this is a P100 unknown. That is a very confident and good unknown. Unfortunately, it's really too bad that one of the, like, signs of a good unknown, much like one of the signs of a good pyramid head, is knowing when not to use your power. Or knowing when to hold off on using it. Anyway, hi guys, I'm back. Hashtag bad streamer mode over. Okay, oh my god, it's 8:45 already. We might go we're gonna go I don't know if we'll go late tonight or not, guys, because for those who don't know, tomorrow we're starting at our earlier time of 1 p.m. Eastern, where we will be playing some Dead by Daylight until 5 p.m. Eastern. At which point we will take about an hour to take a break. I'm gonna have some dinner. I might show you guys some Heathers the Musical. Hopefully it's not copyrighted. We'll see. Fingers crossed. And then at 6 o'clock Eastern, we will be starting, or continuing rather, Danganronpa. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Where we will be picking up in Chapter 2 with our first set of free time event for Chapter 2. Oop, 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 oop. Would I rather be a killer or survivor put into DBD? Low-key, either. I would be, both or either would be cool. And then Danganronpa and the Goth GF. Guys, let's, you know what? Let's do some preemptive Goth GFing, shall we? Actually, you know what? I want to play the Goth GF, slightly less Goth GF for a match. Because I was getting the skin together. Anyway, we're gonna set up a wintry skin on the Goth GF's slightly less Goth GF. Do I have her sweater? I don't know, actually. Do you have a sweater? Actually, does Michaela not have, like, a normal winter sweater? Oh my god, she doesn't have an ugly sweater. I just kind of assumed she would. Does she not? Damn, that actually surprises me. Indeed, Benny, indeed. Danganronpa. Doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do. You know what? I should buy Elodie's because of Ellie. I feel like I'm contractually obligated to buy Ellie's sweater. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I don't think I ever bought a particular, Oh, you know what? I should probably get Baramir's too, huh? Even though it's him. Ugh. I'm such a brat. What was I gonna say? Oh, yes, I want to check something really quick on David. Where is he? I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. I'm still not used to the new store. Oh my god, there's the button. Chinkies. Oh, I need a couple more 1,000 Eerie shards to get him. Didn't Wesker someone write what my perks would be if a joke? I think so, yeah. You need the Walking Dead sweaters. God, do you think you're gonna get them this year, or are you gonna wait for next year for them to go on sale? Ooh, actually, do I have... Ha. You know what? I'd rather do... Yeah, why not? Different build for a match, different build for a match. I can get them this year. Don't know if you'll even be playing by next year. Fair enough, understandable. And I'll say, I really am sad that they decided to add FOMO to the shops. Because for those who haven't been playing for more than a year or two, it used to be that every single outfit in the store was available year-round. Now, I will say, to Behavior's credit, something else that is worth noting is that at some point, it used to be that there were original character skins that were only available for RXLs, as in you had to buy real money to get original character skins. A couple years ago, they fully did away with that and just made it so that all original character skins would be purchasable with fake money. And that is actually a very nice feature that Behavior added, in my opinion, and is worth noting. Ooh, Bam Bam. Oh my god. My hand just bonked my mouse. Glad I didn't have a skill check up because it's... Anyway. I'm so afraid. I feel fear, I feel fear. Fearmonger, haha. Heh. Also, I have botany knowledge and reassurance, by the way. Just waiting to see where he goes. Oh my god, that ghost, yeah, that was a bit... He doesn't know how annoying that is, actually, or how annoying it should be, or whatevs. 1 second, guys. Hashtag bad streamer mode, you know the drill. I don't want to get yoinked off this here generator. Oh, you just want me on this gen when it pops, because when it pops, I'll get extra points. Oh my god, I almost used a skill check. See, and this is why I really can't / shouldn't be mad about that nurse game before, because, like, this is how a lot of the matches have felt, where we have just been having such good synergy. Baby, it's cold outside. Damn, I can't believe the snowman's bleeding. Hey, wanna jump out at me? Ooh, I wanted to find some snowballs, because I'm out. I'm gonna go heal Jonah. Oh, I really wish he'd let me commit to the heal on him. Oh crap. You know what? I am so sorry. I just noticed what was happening here. Grape, you're getting saved, right? Where was I? Also, Wesky, welcome back. Where's... Okay, Gates. Gates known. Gates known and acknowledged. Do I main Pig? Because I like the... So, I just like Pig Sofa. Pig has actually been my favorite chase power in the game, since I started playing around with different chase powers. I absolutely love her chase power, and basically, she was never my true main until they gave her 2 minor rounds of buffs lately, in the last, like, 2 years. And after the second round of, again, very minor buffs, I think she's finally in a place where she feels worth playing. Here, I'll run out into the world. You be safe. That's why I ran out into the world. GG's, guys. yo, Jonah gets his adept. Good for him. Just watched a video Ghost posted today, and my mind made me want to crash out. Wasn't tunneling TTV as XYZ killer. Was a serious one about toxic TTV. Oof. Yeah, straight up, I like borderline can't watch those. I get secondhand like cringe embarrassment from them, and I just feel like, ugh, afterwards. Also, Esky, let's get you in. We are short a player. Here you are. Additionally, like I said, don't know how much longer we're gonna go, at least until 9:30, so it should be at least a couple more games. And if anybody wants to join queue, let me know. You know the drill. Not gonna lie, guys, I would have made that sort of joke, but that's the sort of joke that I know Mama Marcus tends to cringe at when other people make the joke. So the filter makes me self-censor for that one. She might not even be watching right now. But yeah, no, I thought the exact same thing. Just remember it's Friday. Friday, looping every Friday. Gotta run away from the nurse in Kaneki. Friday, in the fog on Friday. What will the fog have in store for me? Running from the entity. Gonna see Spider Jesus. That didn't rhyme. Oh, and good luck, Sofa. Enjoy your killer games. Gonna go for power moves? I'm surprised you don't have power moves already, Wesky, because, all of, like, the event modes usually give that. That's kind of surprising to me. Hello, Phil. Lil, how goes? A little late. Was at a Christmas dinner party? Ooh, well, I hope it was fun, good, and tasty. Welcome, welcome. I'm, currently dressing up the, Goth GF's slightly less Goth GF in her winter attire. Trying to decide which headpiece I want with it. Probably the blue one, but... God, I love this headpiece, but I also wear it on too much. Actually, do you guys want to see the original outfit that partly had me calling her the Goth GF, slightly less Goth GF? It's not even Goth, it's just... Where is it? God, these outfits. I adored these outfits on launch. But especially the red one. I was so happy that this was the one you were able to get with, Eerie Shards as well. Because it was a little while after Michaela that they changed it so that all of the outfits were available with Eerie Shards. Actually, I just realized I never got this outfit. This is such a cute... Oh gosh, you know what? I need more Eerie Shards. Unironically. I really hope that they decide to boost the Eerie Shards that we're getting during this event on the calendar, because... I forgot how many good outfits Michaela has. I stand by the fact that Michaela is what people complain Sable is, which is getting all of the good outfits. Because she has so many good outfits. She was truly Feng 2.0. Except everyone wants to complain about the Goth GF. Anyway. Speaking of the Goth GF, slightly less Goth GF, let me give her some charms. I forget, is there a Sable, charm? Well, maybe I should put Dwelf on here. What? Why do her charms sit so low? Wait. Why? I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Hold on, I guess it's the shirt. Or is it the shirt with these pants? No, it's just the shirt. Huh, weird. Sorry, that kind of threw me for a loop. Get it? Because it's Dead by Daylight and you loop in Dead by Daylight? Weird. No! I tried to click on it again. Oops. Curious. Yeah, it's me. Mikey K. Is there not a Sable charm? I guess not, because I haven't seen one. Hey, GG. Okay, we'll continue this later. Is this what I want to run? Actually, I kind of don't. I think I'd run... I guess I'm running around a flashlight. Why not? No medkits for me. Am I out of focus? No, okay. Also, Phil Lil. Yes, I did. Okay, that's right. No, I was gonna say, wait, did I respond to you? I did. Yeah, I hope you had a lovely, lovely Christmas dinner party. Gosh, when I was, like, young, like, elementary school, look, I'm sorry, but I am going to main because it's this map. Okay, thank you. Benny was on Shat-Chen, by the way. Is this a scary one, or? So Shaq and Main are the two gens with progress, as a heads up. For the curious. Sorry, guys. You know, hashtag bad streamer mode and all that jazz. I'll take over main if you want to get on, like, any near gen. Oh my god, I almost hold myself just now. I'm hanging out nearby, but I'll get safe if I have to. Okay. Can play MMR too high. Love getting comp players. Team that have over 22k hours combined. Killers too hard. Survivors too easy. DB in a nutshell. I will it's kind of funny, Sofa, because I am in a similar but opposite boat in the sense that I know that my MMR, well, then again, I say that I know my MMR is not actually topped out in Killer, but I do get I'm probably mid MMR for Killer. Because I get newer players, rarely, but sometimes, but I do sometimes get people who I know are probably in, like, the top MMR, like, just streamers that I know of and stuff. But I also let people go a lot intentionally, so... God, unironically, I wish I was in a higher MMR for the pure purpose of, I like the idea of sweating in this game, but I don't like sweating against people who aren't also sweating. And that's my big thing, or one of my big things, I should say. Lesky, I'm so sorry, but this is the direction I should not have done that. I forgot she had that, Lamau. I'm such a dumbass. I literally forgot about Dissolution. Ooh, sorry, you do not get this in time. There's a gen next to me that, oh, well, yeah, I got pain resist, so it's not an have to pop anymore. Sorry, guys, my bad. I definitely should not have played it how I played it. Oh, I'm gonna just get moving. Let me finish your heal, Wesky. Oh, 7, great. Guys, I'm afraid this match may be over. Anyway, y'all know the drill. This is where I live now. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, actually, you know what? Can I just do this? I just remembered. I literally don't have this achievement. I thought I had this achievement for the longest time, and I don't. Thank you, ma'am. Well, you know what? Literally, fun fact. If she, even if she finds hacks and kicks it, I, would get value. And by value, I mean I would get the achievement. I'm not hitting any of my greats. This is funny. I love you, Rize. Thank you so much. This is actually... Thank you. Thank you. What a kind Google. God. On the one hand, I'm glad that the snowmen don't move because of certain things that was happening last time. On the other hand, I'm really sad that the snowmen don't move on their own anymore. It's so foreboding. Oh my god. I love her. This is exactly what I like doing to people. Just like, am I gonna get ya? Chi-Chi's, ma'am. Or maybe I don't. I do have the achievement, I guess, because I didn't get it this time. I guess I do have the achievement. Yo, look at those. Can I just point out the blood point gains that match? And yes, apparently you can. I think you can hear the Kagure in the snowmen. Hold on. Hold on. I need to check something real quick. Oh, it's Left for Dead, not Left Behind. I see. I think I was searching Left Behind last time. That was the issue. Okay, so I did have it. Apparently, I unlocked it December 31st at 2021. Fascinating. Okay, so that explains things. That explains things. Grape, are you done for the night? That it was. Oh, the I can't, bro. Is that just? Are you done? Cause either way, GG's gamer. Thank you for the matches. I think we had some really solid games earlier. If anybody does want to hop in, let me know. Let me blow my nose real quick. Otherwise, I will be readying up in just a moment. Pre-run simulator. Oh no, so are you talking about like your match right now? Are you getting a bunch of sprint burst gamers? It's so funny because I think, God, who was it I was talking with the other day about finesse and sprint burst? They're those perks that if one person has them, it's not a huge deal. If you run into one person running them like every match, like 10 matches in a row, it's a little annoying, but it's like whatever. If everybody and their mother on the team has them, it's like, this perk, F this perk, F this perk, F this perk. Sprint burst and finesse. It's so funny how they fall into that like kind of vacuum. Not vacuum, but that kind of pattern, I guess. Still can't get over how they flat out lied when they said they removed kidnap tech. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. It just wouldn't feel nearly as bad if it didn't feel so jank, getting held in place. And that goes for, like, every part of the kit, you know? I don't know. But I'm glad... God. I'd so rather go against 100 Kanekis than a clown, though, most of the time. What am I doing? I'm just mindlessly scroll. Oh, these must be... Are these ones just I don't have available? They must be. What was I doing? Oh, right, I wanted to see if there is a Sable one. There's not, right? I'm surprised there hasn't been a Sable charm, actually. You know, considering... Oh, the implication. I like these. That's cute. God. The little like Minecraft-esque Trapper and Spirit remind me so much of this one section of AI the Somnium Files where they enter a Minecraft-like world for a little bit. What are these? Kings. Oh, these are Davids. I see. That's cute. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's a more moon of skulls. And you're suffering. Actually, where are the... One second. Just want to see what bundles there are. Do we have a charm bundle this week that I need to get? Hello? 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 There we go. That was frozen for way longer than I wanted it to be. We'll never like facing Kaneki till they get rid of it. Yeah, they removed Hug Tech for... Okay, yeah, so that's honestly, Wesky, that's my big thing, is I genuinely feel like they should bring Hug Tech back for Blight, considering the turn radius they've given Oni, they've decided is okay to give Oni. The fact that Kaneki gets to keep his specific techs, a couple other things that I'm currently blanking on at the moment, but let's see. I remember thinking something recently that I feel like they should have Hug Tech for back for Blight, but I forget what it was. But it was something very recent. I was like, damn, if this is in the game, why is Hug Tech not still in the game? Oh, yo, the fact that Wesker has his own Hug Tech, that's like... that people are just getting more and more, raising the skill ceiling for more and more is kind of crazy. I will say, Hug Tech having an actual counter, the problem at the time was less about the Hug Tech itself and more about the add-ons that Blight had access to. If they had kept Blight's add-ons as were and got rid of Hug Tech, I'd say, yeah, rest in piss. But, like... he doesn't have his add-ons anymore, his busted-ass add-ons, you know? Like... I mean, old Alkring was the problem, not Hug Teching. Hug Teching was skill expression. I don't know. I'm still shocked that they decided to give in to the Oni demands and didn't give in to the Hug Tech demands. I just think it's crazy. Also, I'm just gonna get on chat because I'm here, and it was one of the first gens he checked me, thanks. Okay, Wesky, I was gonna say beware. He's a moth. He stayed looking. I too am a moth. I'm just gonna give you a drive-by reassurance and then I'm gonna keep running. Also, Trail of Torment. Or actually, yeah, wherever you want to go. So. I missed. Thank you. Oh, hey, you put perks back on. Got it, got it, got it. I thought you were still going perkless. Oh my god, I got stuck! I mean, the opposite of stuck, but like, I tried to run into that wall and I missed it. You know, the opposite of getting stuck. I thought that, bit of the tile was a little bit closer to the pallet. I wanted to run into it a bit to make it look like I was running and then, throw the pallet, but, I missed. Oopsies. Where was I? Hello. Pop, got it. So, pop, trail, and 2 perks of unknown origin. Oh no. Run, Benny, run! Run for your life! Oh no. 07 gamer. Where did Alan go? I actually lost track of him. Oh, here he is. Yeah, I'm just gonna get you now, actually. Uh. I'm throwing the upstairs god palette because it's gonna buy a lot of time / distance. Ooh, Wesky, I really don't, what are you doing? I really don't think the, door is... I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't think the door is for you. If I'm in chase, I'd say just don't bother doing the door for me, because it doesn't really help me. I mean, sometimes it helps if, like, there's a solid loop to do, but I'd say, especially on this sort of map, most of chases are outdoors, so, like... It can help, but a lot of the time, it just doesn't do much of anything. Oh, is he just hanging out in this door? Okay, no, he left. Okay. Wow, I actually thought that this gen had snow on it. That's kind of funny. I'm gonna work on main gen. Oh, GG's, Benny. Have a wonderful, well, I don't know if you're still gonna be hanging out or not, but GG's. I hope you had a good session. I know that especially when you were, heading in basement. First of all, again, a great job playing with that perk up. But, I know that it can kind of suck to be the group sacrifice. But GG's, and thank you for hanging out and for the matches. We're actually trying to make— oh god, I see Wetsky. That's kind of funny. Oh my god, he's here still. Don't come to the gen. Anywhere else, anywhere else. Not main. Oh my god, there's no gate over here. For some reason, I thought I saw a gate. I'm heading to the gate directly opposite of House of Pain / Main. Okay, other side of parking lot. Actually, yeah, okay. Okay, I was half expecting No Way Out. Okay, whew, GG's. God, anyway, and that's why this map is stupid, because this main building is actually absurd. You know what, I'm just gonna full send, and if it's Blood Warden, it's Blood Warden. Botany knowledge, baby. Oh no, Wesky! Was it blood? Okay, I was kinda like, is it Blood Warden? That's crazy. I'm out of snowballs. Oh, jeez. That's main for you. That's Badum. Thank God there's only one variant of it now. But Benny, your sacrifice was not in vain. Let's see, was trail, nowhere to hide, knew that one. Pop and oppression. Oh, oppression, interesting. Jeez. And you know what, guys? Oh my god, it's 9:44. You know what? I think I'm actually going to end it there as well, because for those who don't know, tomorrow we start on the earlier side. We're going to be starting around 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. And going for until 5 p.m. Eastern with Dead by Daylight, taking an hour break, and then switching over to Danganronpa for the last few hours of stream. The door spawns were horrendous and we're right. Dude, Wesky, I didn't comment on it, but I noticed the exact same thing. There was this weird cluster of 3 of them behind main. Probably because of, I don't even know which gens they were for, because I assumed one of them was for main, but the door to main was in main. I don't know, that was weird door, weird door spawns, I don't know. But, guys, that wraps things up for today. I know it was a bit of a shorter stream than usual. My bad. Again, very sorry. For those who missed it, by the way, I typed a message in Discord to let everybody know that I would be starting late. And then, apparently I didn't hit send properly, because when I then opened my computer a couple hours later, it was just sitting there in the text box, not sent. So, oops. But yes. Guys, thank you sorry, I'm trying to bring myself back in focus for the end here. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out tonight, whether it was for a couple minutes or a couple hours, whether it was your first time or your 31st time, whether you were chatting, lurking, playing, somewhere in between. Guys, thanks for hanging out. I mean, let's see, it was, you know what, I'll even consult the handy dandy shoe. Who was playing tonight? It was, yeah, that's who I thought. Okay, I was like, I think it was 5 people, but I feel like it was 6. Wesky, Hermes, Glurpy, Grape, Benny. Thank you guys for the matches. I hope you had fun. I know that there is a variety of how much fun DBD can be. Some matches are better than others. Some sessions are better than others. Sometimes I'm the one getting the old tunnel 105 seconds in, and I have to fight so hard to not be a hypocrite and stop being, wah, stop tunneling me, I'm annoying. Because, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Everybody baby rages sometimes when they're getting pissed off. But seriously, it means the absolute world that you choose to spend your Fridays here in my corner of the internet. For those who don't know, we have a Discord community where I post my most up-to-date stream schedules and that sort of thing, as well as letting y'all know when I'm gonna be late most of the time. Teehee. But yeah, we're gonna be ending now. Let's raid Glen Kenobi, shall we? Looping Imperial road to 1K followers. Perfect. On that note, guys, thank you again so much for hanging out. Cheese. And good night. I feel like I'm forgetting something. But I think I thanked everybody that I like to thank, because if y'all are like, Marcus, you say the same thing at the end of every stream, well, yeah, that's because I mean it at the end of every stream, and I wouldn't feel right if I didn't say it. So long. Thanks for all the fish. We get to see the Goth GF tomorrow, Danganronpa edition. Bye.